Hey guys, welcome back. My name's Stu, and this is Rocky Falls for Rollercoaster Tycoon Classic, part 52 of the VJ scenario pack. We've done it then. We finally got to the last scenario. Alphabetically, this probably wouldn't be the last scenario. Well, it definitely wouldn't be. But I decided to make this one the last one since it looked a lot more interesting than some of the later ones. So, yeah. Located in a forest in this is this heavily rugged rock which can be used to make a theme park on, around, or inside of it. Your objective, it definitely won't be inside of it. Your objective to have 10 different types of roller coasters operating in your park, each with an excitement value of at least 6.00. So no length requirements then. We just need to make exciting roller coasters. One thing I do want to do though, let's put on pause a second. Yep. Look at this path. Let's get rid of, we'll do that there, and then we'll get rid of that there. One thing I wanted to do is make this like a tutorial series. So we're going to focus on cheap and cheerful roller coasters. And in the last video, which did have sound problems, so I know some of you may not have heard it properly, I did ask for suggestions for roller coaster names. I've got the first one, so I'm going to crack on. So if you've got any good names for roller coasters, pop them in the comment section, and I'll pick the best ones. So I'm going to crack on. Let's have a look what we've got then. We've got plenty of shops. We won't be worried about water rides or thrill rides too much. We've got a good selection of coasters to begin with. We've got gentle rides and a lift, which I probably won't bother with them because their guests don't treat them as a transport ride, so they don't think I'm going to get on this ride here, whether it's a train or an elevator, and could because I want to go to this side of the park or that, the top of this mountain or whatever. They don't think like that. They just treat it as a ride, and they get on in one station, they get off in another station. So we're just going to focus on the roller coasters then. So let's pop research into roller coasters. So I'm going to get rid of most of the path. I will add it again later, but for now, I'm just going to get rid of this because even though we don't care about guests in this park, because all we really care about is the roller coasters, this does look like we're going to get issues with guests getting lost and stuck. So we are going to have to think carefully about how we do our path. But for now, I'm just going to get rid of it. You don't need to see it. I'm just deleting the path. Okay, so I've got rid of the path. There was quite a nice viewing platform on top, which I might re-add at a certain point. Let's have a look then. I think to begin with, we're going to go for the HyperTwister. Now, a lot of people hate on the HyperTwister. It's kind of like, I want a twister, we've got a twister at home, twister at home, because there's no inversions or anything. But, they are pretty cheap to build, and you can get some good excitement and make a lot of cash off them because of the high throughput on them. So let's have a look. We'll start there. I'll drop that down a second. So we've got our base. Now I'm raising it up 2 units off the ground, and that's so that I can add a path afterwards, because that'll give us a cheeky excitement bonus. So we'll do 3, 4, 5. No, we can go up with a chain lift there. Now, because the trains are quite long, means we can take the chain lift off, go into a bend like that, put the chain lift back on, take the chain lift off, put the chain, do the bend, put the chain lift back on, and there you go, 25 foot above ground. But if you look where the path is on this large rock, is going to get a little annoying, I think, is -30. So we've got quite, where is my ride? Right, there it is. yeah, so we've got quite a large gap, and so this only really needs 2 drops. I think one of them needs to be about, I can't remember, is it 29 feet? I could look it up, but honestly, sometimes I just prefer to use trial and error. It just seems, it's just a bit more fun. So we're just going to go up like that. Oh, I tell you what we could do. We could do a photo section just there. Now I'll keep it at -20 because the path is -30. So there's a difference of 10 feet or 2 units above. So that way, if I do decide to continue with the path, I've got plenty of space. So I think what about if we... I can't see where right, there it is. How about if we do that there, and then so we're on 5, so there's a difference of 10 feet. So maybe we'll need to bring it up a bit more. Down. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go one more higher, 1 unit higher. That way, when we do what we just did, should, yeah, be the same height. Do the wide bend, no. Do the wide bend there. Is that in line? It is. And then what we'll do then is we got 5. So the station is 5 tiles long. So that gives us the maximum train length on this. So watch out, if we go 6 tiles long, it's still 9 cars. So we're not benefiting at all. So what we'll do is we'll do that. We'll do a block break. And then we'll do a little brake run here. Hopefully it's not running too fast. So we'll go that and that. We'll run 2 trains. Okay, so we'll raise. No, we'll leave it at 5. We want to see how well the trains run together. We'll put it on test. Now it should run a little faster when there's guests on there because it'll be heavier, so we'll have more momentum. So I don't like. Do you know what? I don't like. This is definitely more. What's the word? Probably more efficient with 2 trains. You'll probably make more money, but I just don't like the way it's running. I don't like the way it stops at the top. So it should be, yeah. It's still on block circuit mode, but it doesn't matter. There's only 1 train, so that isn't a problem. I'll tell you what we'll do is we'll put down a kiosk just there. Put the maps to free, and we'll put the umbrellas up. So maps, what they seem to do is they enable the guests to just see a little bit further ahead than what they can see without. They're still dumb. You still have to make sure that your pathing is pretty good. But there you go. And so what's the excitement on that? 5.48, and we need 6. Okay, so we need. What we'll do is if we slope this like that, and like that, okay. So now what we can do is we can get some boosts with the pathing. So what I want to do first off is, let's have a look. What is it? It's 9 cars long and 4 wide. So it'll be 36 passengers per train. So each of these queue lines can hold 4 guests. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then can we slope down? No, we can't. Okay, so where are we? So we count now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now can we slope down? Yes, we can. And we'll go underneath for the little excitement bonus. And then we'll slope down to the main path. Like so. And then one thing we could do, let's have a look. So we're on 5.89. Let's toggle the speed of the chain left. We'll run it on fast forward. We'll need to do a complete circuit. 6.04. So we're already higher than what we need just by doing a little bit of pathing. If we add this here, no, we don't need to, so I won't force it. You can do like a little, if I show you, no, there, like that. So that'll act as like a head chopper element. So that should then give us a boost in excitement. No doubt we'll use one of those. That's a slight. No doubt we'll use one of those at a later date, but for now I won't bother. Okay, so we'll just add this. You don't need to do the terraforming, but I quite like it. It costs more, but it just looks better, you know? For the scenery, that is. Right, so I'm going to put a no entry sign. Ooh, we've got... Ooh, I do like this. This is probably one of my favorite. Okay, so this one was named by user Quagga. Now, I may have pronounced that wrong. On right photo 3, and we're going to set the admission price to 10. Okay, let's open that up and let's do some. Oh, because I've put. Oh, I'll be able to do some. That's the problem, building right close to the edge. Hide the ride. Oh, there you go. That'll be fine. Okay, so what you do then, if you want to get it at the same height, press that down anywhere. Press the up arrow, and then you've got this like sort of target bullseye type thing. Click that, crosshairs. Click on the one you want to match. So I want to match one of the ones I've just placed, and then I should be able to place it just there. I know I needed to do two, so I'm doing exactly the same thing. Now with this, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to use this, and then I rotate that one like that. Do you know, for this, I am going to terraform this one, and I'm going to change it just to give it that wood effect as well. So I'm going to just get rid of that. Wait for the guests to walk away. Get rid of that. And then let's try and match it up there and there. And along there. And have we got fences? We have. And what I'll do is I'll match I'll use the fences. That's why I've raised some of the paths. Okay, if you can hear what sounds like a drill, it's actually the floorboards making a noise, the heating's kicking in. So it's the wood, the floorboards expanding. Okay, so I want to do these walls, so let's place them down there. Click the up arrow, click the bullseye, click the station. So now I'm matching that. Wow, we've done the rest of it that color, so why not do this as well? And we'll do, if nothing else, it'll be eye-catching. Okay, so let's get the roof. So again, same thing. We're going to place that there randomly anywhere. Press the up, press the target, click on the station, click there and that. There you go. Do that way. And then that like that. And you know what? I think that looks pretty cool. Right, what we need to do though is we'll need to get a mechanic down, make sure it's covering and it can get to the, actually get to it. We'll get a handyman down. Covering the whole path. What else have we got scenery wise? Nothing much. Before we take a look at the stats, I'm going to put down some merchandise or some shops and things. But I'm going to flatten these areas here. And in that way then, we can just put all these shops and things down. Over a cash point. Chips. Ice cream. Chips. Ice cream. Loads of drinks. Why is that? Why is there so many different types of... That's weird. It's like 3 different types of drink. 4 if you let the ice cream melt. Right, so with drink stalls, I'll normally charge £2. Chips, same with fries, £2. Ice cream, £2. You could probably charge more. Lemonade, 2. It's usually 2 for the food and drink. The only thing I don't is when it's like donuts or, you know, like the sweetie type things. And then I'll usually make it so it's like £1 profit. It's one of these. It's 170 profit. The other things I'll usually do 1. Yeah, so what we'll do now is we'll toggle the chain left. Since we're only running 1 train, we'll put the speed all the way up. That way then the ride will just be a lot faster and the throughput will be higher. There you go, cheap and cheerful. Nothing fancy, nothing difficult with that. It literally goes up, and you don't need to do the chain lift the way I've done it. I've done that just because it's a cramped area, and I wanted to build it in this little spot here. Get another handyman down. Sure it's covering there. We'll get another one over here. Covering that area. And for nowsies, we'll get a sign down. We'll put it there. And put a no entry on there as well. So no guests can walk down that way, because you don't need them walking down that way, because the only ride we've got is here. And the final stats, 6.3. It cost us probably about, call it about 6,500 to build. And it takes 30 seconds. That's pretty cool. So this was part 1 then of my Rocky Falls playthrough, as it's the last scenario in the VJ scenario pack. I wanted to do something a little different with this one, so we're going to do a full tutorial series on these coasters. And something's bugging me. Can I? No, that's worse. That's worse. I've made it worse. Oh, I've ruined it. No. Okay, we're gonna have to live with it. Okay, never mind. Okay, so I want to do something a little different with this. So we're gonna do like a tutorial series, focusing on mainly cheap and cheerful coasters, something that anyone can throw together in 5 minutes. And I think it looks really well. looks really well, looks really good, works really well, looks really good. Any courses name suggestions, pop them in the comments. If you enjoyed the video or learned something, please drop a like. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you on the next one. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back. My name's Stu and this is Rocky Falls for Rollercoaster Tycoon Classic Part 2 of this scenario, the last one in the VJ scenario pack. And as this is a build 10 scenario with no length requirement, what I've decided to do is make this a tutorial series where I focus on cheap and cheerful designs that anyone can build. So the first one then, Elysium, 6.3 excitement, cost probably about 6,000 to build. Okay, so in the first part then I got rid of the path leading up to the top because I didn't want guests to get lost and stuck. But the second course I want to build is going to be, it's going to have a station down here and it's going to have a station up there. So I'm going to need guests to be able to get up and down. But in order to do that, what I want to do is I want to do one-way paths. So I'm going to do a one-way path going up. Going to be mostly inside up to there, and then a down path then, because I figure because the entrance and exit is here, when guests are up the top, if they want to leave, they are going to be headed to this side of it. So if I put an exit, a one-way path leading to the exit from up here, it should mean that they find their way back down. I might also add another route up as well down here, but we'll see how things go. Anyway, you don't need to see me building that because it's just paths. Okay, path done then. So I've extended the path down here, and what I've done is in the places where the gap isn't flush on the floor, I've added the wooden path, and then so that's this one here, and then so it would be dirt if it's on the floor, but when it's not, it's wooden. And then for the other bits, I've used the default one just up here. It's more prominent up here where you've got the wooden bits like bridges, and then the flat one there. And then I've left this main one. I'll show you how it works now. So it just comes straight up. Once the guests are on the path, because there's not going to be anything on the path to distract them, they will just walk in a straight line. So I've left this one as a two-way path for now. Try that. And then, but then this one over here is a one-way path. So it'll go down there and then it comes out just here and then connects up to there, and then they can walk back to the exit that way. Pretty cool. What I've also done is any signs that I want to make no entry, I've replaced the one I did have from the wooden scenery which was that one. I've replaced them now with that one because it just looks better. So I've also added some kiosks, some cash machines, and some toilets. One thing I like to do is when I place down a kiosk, I like to put down a toilet as well. I leave the toilets free, but I'm charging so much for the umbrellas that it'll more than pay for the toilet. And also, once you have more than 4 toilets, you're eligible for Best Park Toilets Award. There are other caveats involved. There's got to be a certain amount of guests who don't need to go to the toilet, certain number of toilets per guest, etc. But for now, we should be fine as long as we keep rolling them out. And we've got a nice sort of square path loop here. And then we've got some gaps on each side for coasters to go in the future. Don't know what we're going to build yet. And maybe a couple in the middle, maybe a couple that side. We've also got space around the outside of the rock as well that we can build on. But for now, I'm going to build one just down here. And what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to think of a name of a cool coaster. Well, not a real life cool coaster. Just think of a name that would be cool for a coaster and pop it in the comment section. And then I will build a coaster with the name of the one I like the best. Even if this is like a year in the future, 2 years in the future, whatever, just drop the name in the comment section. And when I see it, I'll be like, okay, I'll remember that for future. Right, so in the first video, I did say that guests don't treat transport rides as transport rides. That's fine, but it doesn't mean we still don't have to use them. So I'm going to use a coaster as a transport ride. Okay, so let's have a look. We've got a vertical drop coaster there. Now, no. We got enough space this side? Probably not, no. Okay. I'm just doing a little S-bend. And one there. Now I won't be able to synchronize them because in order for them to synchronize, the front tile of each station needs to be adjacent. So for this one, the front tile is this one, but for this station, the front tile is this one, the one at the front. You know what I mean. But it does mean that we'll be able to have more than one station, and it will increase loading and unloading time. So let's continue going forward. So we'll flatten this. Probably need to flatten that one then. So for a vertical drop coaster, all you really need is one drop, but that drop does need to be it's a lot higher than most coasters. I think it's 49 feet. So we'll continue. We will drop down there just to speed it up a little. And then how far in are we? It's annoying. I've got it right in the middle of that path. We'll add a little bend there and then try. Where does that take us up? Oh, that'd be perfect. Okay, so curve it slightly there. Okay, so we're going to come out there. So let's drop that there. And we'll do the same this side. Done this one too far, we'll bring that back up. And then we'll do exactly the same here. So we'll end up with 4 stations, which is the maximum on Rollercoaster Tycoon 2 and Classic. And then from here, what we'll do is this is going to be we'll add the drop, the main drop. Now what we could do is we could build up and then we could drop down and then we would end up with a ridiculously high coaster. But I just think when it's over the top high, it just looks a bit dull. Okay, so we'll have a slight drop there. And as soon as we go underground, we'll drop and we'll do a vertical drop there. If we hide the vertical land, hide land surface should enable us to see better. There you go. We want to get back up to 15 feet. Do you know what we can do? In order to try and get it back, because we've got that little bend, we can do it like that. There you go. So it's just raining. We can have a quick look at the umbrella cash. £138 last month. Already 1,000 more this month. Bring it back up to the 15. And we'll do a nice wide bend. And what we'll do is we'll have a look. We'll go in from this side. Just make it easier to, but we'll do a brake run. You can actually do a photo section. You can't do it underground. So we'll do a photo section there. Even though we're going to have a brake run, guests will still buy photos if at any point you've got the photo section on the track, even if the ride doesn't go through the photo section. So we'll start off 13 and then we'll gradually just increase it. It doesn't really matter whether the guests come to a sudden stop, and as long as they don't crash, or whether they're sort of slow down gently. I mean, they don't care. It just looks a bit better. Actually, we'll delete that. We want them to have a decent run at top speed. Wrong way. Is that in line? Yes, it is. Fantastic. Okay, so we've got entrance and exit there. We need entrance and exit there. Cool. So it's only showing up as 2 trains, but if we go in and change it to continuous circuit block section, even though we haven't added any block breaks, that doesn't matter because each station will count as one. Also the lift hill, but maybe not. Yeah, so let's run it on test. So what will happen now is that as soon as this one, as soon as this one goes to the chain towards the chain left, this one then can enter the next block. And then because that's left, the one at the entrance here can leave. And then because that's left, the one at the exit here can leave. Cool. Okay, so this coaster name was suggested by BDTTV Alcazar. Okay, so oh, okay, we can't do that. The no entry sign on there. What color paths have I got for this one? I know it doesn't matter, but it matters to me. I want them all the same type. Okay, so I'm going to put a little bit under the station to give me that little cheeky excitement bonus. Now, because it's connected there on the side, what I'll do is I'll do another one forward, delete it, replace it, and there you go. It's connected there. So in the first video, I was counting the entrance, the queue line tiles, but I don't think I explained why I was doing that. So guests on a flat piece of queue will walk quicker than guests on a sloped piece of queue. So as long as you've got enough queue to have a full train on the slope, then it won't slow down the loading. So on here, you've got 6 passengers per car, 3 cars per train. That's 18. You can fit 4 guests per queue tile. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. More than enough. Okay, so what we're going to need is we are going to need a mechanic to cover each station. So there you go, that one's zoned for there. We haven't done the queue yet, but that should be fine. All right. Let's check the stats. 6.82. Fantastic. So that's more than enough. Now, even though it is technically the same ride and they both share the same excitement, what you will probably see is at some point, I'd imagine one of the stations is going to be more popular than the other. Now, if it was the bottom one being more popular, you might expect that because you'd expect more guests to be down here initially. But what generally happens is I'd expect for the top one to eventually become more popular. Okay, once I've done some parving, I'll open the ride because we are going to need to get the cash coming in. There you go. Hopefully we won't see that once it's all built. Ram this up to £10. Okay, I will actually terraform these pieces. Okay, let's change that to log entrance. We want, yep, we got 10 minutes. And let's try and make it look kind of cool. I've gone up slightly too high with this station. Not that it really matters, but because we should get the bonus for the path from the top one. The rock is very annoying. Let's try with these sections now. Okay, that should be fine. You shouldn't be able to see the rest of it. Let's delete all these bushes. We're not going overboard with scenery. I just want to do something quite quick, just to show you that you don't have to spend ages doing something that looks half decent. Do this one. Use this wall. There you go. Showed you in the first video. I'll show you again for the benefit of people who didn't watch it. So you click on the item, click it anywhere, then click the up arrow, then click the what now becomes like a bullseye target. Click on the height of an item of the height you want to press it at or place it at, and then it'll allow you to do that. The right spot. Sometimes you do need to rotate it just to make sure you've got it in the right spot due to the way the isometric works. There's nothing worse than spending a while placing some scenery down only to rotate it 90 degrees and find out that you've been putting it in the wrong place. So we'll do some, do you know, something as simple as a colored fence, I find can really make the ride look cool. And same up here. And we won't be able to do it on the sloping piece for the exit because of the ride height of the build height. It won't let me do the diagonals on that, which is annoying. One thing we can do as well, since we've got that round section, there you go. If we put that there, click the one on top so it stacks. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 is fine. We've done 1, 5. Huh. It was at the wrong height because there was a bush. And there we go. We'll do that little roof. No idea where it is. I can't do one down here because I've got the entrance path in the way. That's fine. We can add some chairs, some seats. That way if guests are feeling a little sick on their way, they can Someone has already been sick there. We can do that. We can do the same up here. There you go. So that guy was wandering around. See, you can see his green face, and he's just gone for a sit down. So we should, if we click on him, we should see his nausea falling. There you go. It's just fallen slightly. Just want to put something there just to hide the, because we can't do the fence. It's not the best, but I'm sure once we have more rides around the place, you won't even notice that it's a bit weird. Zone some workers along these paths. And since this area here probably isn't going to get used for anything else, we can add some food and drink. And you know what? Let's put a first aid room just opposite there as well. Since we've got, I tell you what, we'll add another. We've got chips. We'll add an ice cream stall there. And then what we'll do is we'll add a little seating area. There you go. Pretty cool. Awesome. Yeah, I'm not loving the building, I've got to be honest. But as I said, I'm sure once we've got more rides down, it'll, well, there's a lot of green people coming off there. I'm sure once we've got a lot of rides down, a lot more rides down, then it won't look as noticeable. It'll sort of blend in. But wow, look at that, 6.88. That's pretty cool. So I haven't got it waiting for anything. I just wanted to pull in. Anyone waiting there can get on, and then it just gets on its way. That way then this one down here is on waiting. So let's have a look. Let's hide. Yeah. See, there's not many guests waiting. So if you think of it, this section here, it's only taking you up the hill. Whereas this section here, which has got less guests. I'm sure once the park's busier, it'll be a lot clearer. Anyway, so that was Alcazar, coaster name suggested by BDTTV. If you've got a coaster name that you can think of, pop it in the comment section. If you've enjoyed the video or learned anything, please like and subscribe, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back. My name's Stu, and this is part 3 of the Rocky Falls scenario, the final scenario in the VJ scenario pack. We are building 10 different types of roller coasters with an excitement value of at least 6. I'm using this as a tutorial series. We're going to be focusing on making cheap and cheerful coasters, and I'm hoping that you guys will suggest coaster names for me. Now, this video I'm actually making before part 2 is released because I made a mistake during part 2, and if I don't fix it, it's gonna eat me alive. So what I did was I built a path. I got rid of the paths in part 1. I built better paths in part 2. So I've got one path going from there all the way up to there next to the kiosk, and then I built a one-way path then from here down to there, thinking that the guests who want to leave are going to come to this corner. But the mistake I made was I put the sign the wrong way round. What an absolute idiot. So what would happen is the guests will just sort of bunch up here. We get rid of that, and I'm also going to get rid of the no entry sign just here. For nowsies, I think I'll leave both paths as two-way paths just to see what happens, because I don't like the way all these guests are bunching up there. Right, that's done. That's out of the way. On to coaster number 3. So I think this part might be a good place, but I think I need to. So this is a temporary. Just a temporary little modification that we're doing there, putting no entry signs to stop the guests going down that way. Let's remove scenery. I'm going to be building a Giga coaster. Now, I realize that the sort of each of these episodes has kind of got a little theme behind it, which if I continue it, by the end of it, we could maybe come up with like 10 rules to help you. So number 1, even though this is a hyper coaster, just shows that they don't have to be tall to have good stats. They just have to be tall enough. Number 2, you can use coasters as transport rides. And so number 3, I'm going to build a coaster down here. We're going to do a Giga coaster. So let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. How far we got? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Counting with Stu. I just want to see where the middle is, basically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's the middle. So we're going to go up 2. Right. Now I've done that, let's get rid of the path there. And we're just going to bring it in 2. Do the little woody bit for where it's over a gap, so you get the nice little bridge effect. Okay, let's get rid of him for now. Right, so we've done this one. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's check out what 5 is. 5 gives me a train that's 7 cars long. 6 gives me a train that's 9 long. 7, still 9 long. So there's no real benefit in having it 1 station longer. I mean, you can if you want. It's just doesn't benefit us because we're only going to have 1 train per station. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a little S-bend, bring it back round, do that, do the station platform, and then I'm going to get rid of that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now we've got 2 stations that are 6 long, and their front tile of each station is adjacent to each other. That means we can synchronize them with each other. They don't have to be facing opposite ways. You can have them facing the same way, but for this design, it just works out well. Now, so what we'll do is I'll put the entrance there, exit there, and on the next one, I'll do the same there. That way we'll be able to share the exit path as well. Let's get rid of the bushes underneath so they don't get in the way. Job done. Okay, hang on. Get rid of these ones too. Probably them as well. Right. Cool. So we're going to go into the booster. Now, you could do this sort of design on pretty much any coaster. Even if they haven't got boosters, you just use chain lifts. You could do the same design with this coaster and just use chain lifts. You'd have to modify it slightly to make it fit, but you know, that's something for you to play about with. So I'm going to put the boosters on maximum. It's not going to hit that speed, but we'll just do it. 1, 2, 3, and then we're going to go up steep up, and then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, and then I think that's too high. Yeah, so up 2 steep, and then bring it down. Where's it gone? Dwayne here, that's what I'm calling this massive rock. It's getting on my nerves slightly. Okay, so, and then we just need to bring it back to the station. And what we can also do is a block break. Just there. And then for this one, we're going to do exactly the same. 1, 2, 3, up, up, 2 steep ups, and then bring it back round. And now, except on this side, no, we can do a photo section, and then we can do the block break, and then job done. There. So now we want to make sure we've got it on 2 trains. Synchronize, although initially we'll have to turn that off, and then we put it into test. You'll see both trains on. I was wondering why it looked a little short. Say, aren't you a little short to be a good coaster? Right, so we'll do it an extra one there. Extra one there. So now we've got the block break photo section. There you go. 9 trains long. How long are each of these then? Thought it was 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it was 7. Weird. Maybe when you've got 2, it wants to. I don't know. Okay. So now we'll put it on test. They're a bit longer. If you want it faster, you just make the boost. You just add an extra booster, and job done. So rule 3 then is that each section of a Mobius coaster can share the stats. So something like on this one here, the first one. So even though they're not synchronized, it doesn't matter. It's showing the ride length and the ride time split, but it's showing the drops combined. This one, it's showing the ride time and the ride length split. In this case, they're the same. Sometimes, even though the track designs might be identical to each other, it will show slightly different. It's just one of the quirks of the game. But in this one, it's showing drops too. It combines them. You could use this as well when you've got length requirements on them. So even though the ride length on this is showing 426 feet each, the game will recognize it as 852 feet. There you go. Maths with Stu. So, there you go. So we're bringing this down here like so, and then we're going to combine it there. What we will need to do, there you go, you can already see one guest wandering up. What's up here? What's up here? Add some no entry signs. We'll try and hide that with scenery at some point. And now we will get a bit of a boost from the parvin underneath. So now let's do a nice long path for this one, like so. And then for this one, where's it gone? Dwayne's hiding it. Right, okay. Yeah, we'll do that. And we'll bring that back down. Just underneath there. So we're going to get some nice bonuses from there. What have we got? Let's toggle that second. We'll run it on, what are we doing for cash? 4,000 a month ticket sales. We'll round this up to 10. So this coaster, unfortunately, even though I've asked several times, I've only had a few suggestions for names. So I'm asking one more time. I have to ask you one more time for coaster name suggestions. So let's get our handyman there. So he's going to be on sick patrol. And also a mechanic. Now, one thing I did on one of my recent playthroughs was I named my mechanics after the ride that I've assigned them to. Reason being is that sometimes, especially with, I won't do it now, but especially with when you're doing coasters with multiple stations, it can be a pain when one of them's constant, because one of them will constantly be broken down, and sometimes it's just easier to find out which one is broken and which one isn't, I think, and which mechanic belongs to that without having to check the zoning. So let's add some scenery. We're not going to go for anything too fancy, something quick. So we're doing that. Add that all around there. And then for, we'll hide. We'll only do the bits where you can really see it. Okay, and for the bits underneath the paths, we'll use these supports. Guests complaining about the amount of litter in the park. Okay, so what you can do, a couple of ways. I think I can already see where the problems are. What you can do, you can either hide everything, hide people, and then it makes it easier to see. Like you can see litter there, litter there, litter there. I know I haven't zoned someone down here. Or you can click in, have a look at the thoughts. Litter here is really bad. Click on the map, and then you can see the flashing then. So Yeah, this spot then is really bad, and a bit by codex is really bad. So we'll add a handyman just there. And there seems to be a lot of litter just there. So we'll add another worker there. I know people often ask why I don't put bins down. Sometimes I do, more often than not, I don't. Reason being is that they get vandalized a lot. And so I just find that I usually just don't bother. I mean, normally I'm earning so much cash that I can afford to build. I can afford to hire so many workers that it's just not really needed. But sometimes I will, especially if I'm doing like an area where you're going to patrol with security. So what do I do? Blue. Tell you what we're going to do for this. No, we will do that. If I add there you go. We'll add one of them. And then what should we do? Blue. And then just hides the no entry signs a bit. I mean, not the one in front, but the ones at the back. What was that? An award? Most Beautiful Park Award. Well, yeah. I've got to agree with them there. We're going to do that. But rather than just doing it like that, we're going to rotate it slightly. Oops. Whoopsie. Now I'm probably going to end up covering these. So I don't really need to rotate it. But what I find is that rotating them just gives it a nice finish. Dwayne, you're annoying me. A nice finish. It really sort of, it's just such a simple and effective finish, you know? That looks so much better than if they were all facing the same way like that. Okay, we got one more I haven't added. Two more I haven't added. Three more. And we can do a little blue sign there. Little blue sign, little blue path. And we can add some hats. And t-shirts as well. Wow, imagine going to a theme park and the hats only being £2 and the t-shirts only being £3. Wow. Incredible. I mean, t-shirts in theme parks, what are they? About £30? The minimum? And we go. Okay, so this area here where I've got the little food stalls, I think there you go. I'll zone a security guard there. And then we'll add some bins. Opposite the shops, opposite that. Oh, we'll do them all the way along. Why not? Cool. No doubt we'll add some more as well. But for nowsies, that's pretty cool. And we've already got a boost on the ride tickets. What was the final stats? There you go, 7.06. So add in the parvin and the scenery and things like that. Boosted. Actually, we've added more scenery since doing that. We've won another award. Each positive award that you win boosts the amount of guests coming into your park. So the game works out all your rides and stuff and how many rides you've got, and it's like, right, I'm going to pump this many guests into your park. You win an award and it gives you, if you win a positive award, it gives you a 25% boost as well. So and they stack as well, so we're on like 1.5 times. There you go, more maths to do. If it was a negative award like worst food or something like that, you would get a 25% penalty, so it would only be 0.75. Guests loving that. Every time I rotate it, it just seems to move around weirdly. Cool. Trying to get a better zoom for the outro. Oh no, keeps moving. There you go. So that was part 3. This was Codex, a roller coaster that I named myself because I made a mistake in one of the previous videos and I really wanted to correct it before releasing that video, because otherwise it would have bugged me, because I'm not going to be able to make another video now for a few days because I'm going back into work. So yeah, so if you enjoyed the video and if you learned something, please like and subscribe, and I'll see you on the next video where hopefully you will have all have commented loads of coaster names and I'll have tons to pick from. Anyway, have a good time. I'll see you soon. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back. My name's Stu, and this is Rocky Falls for Rollercoaster Tycoon Classic, part 52 of the VJ scenario pack, and we're into part 4 then of this playthrough. We need 10 different types of roller coasters with an excitement of over 6. So I'm using this as like a tutorial series. So in part 1, we did Elysium, which is a hypercoaster or HyperTwister that's not very tall. So you don't need to be big to get good stats. Number 2, we did Alcazar, vertical drop coaster. We've used a coaster as a transport ride. There you go, taking you all the way up to the top. In part 3, we built Codex, which is a giga coaster, a very small ride there. And even though if you look at the ride length and the ride time, it's split between the 2 different stations and 2 different sections, the actual ride stats, the excitement, things like that is combined. So you get a good boost there. So number 4 then, I've also done a little bit, just a tiny bit of scenery, not much, just see there's little bridges over those ends. Nothing too extravagant. So I want to do a coaster here, number 4 then. And what seems quite fitting, considering the recent videos, is a flying coaster. So I did, in case you haven't seen them, I did Flying Dutchman and Flying Frog in tutorial sections, if you want to see how I built those. So I did say when I was doing the Flying Dutchman video that I probably wouldn't build it as it is. I'd build it off a cliff. And how about there? Because when we first started the video or the series, there was like a lookout point. I did think about adding one of those back in. How am I going to do this with the, so 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll go off there. We can't do it. This is in the way. So we'll need to drop this down. And drop this one down as well. Probably that one as well. Can we do it now? No, we need to drop it down again. Let's just do it like that, and then we can make it nicer afterwards. It's still too high. Or do we need to come out one more? Yeah, we needed to come out one more. So we'll leave it like that. Half loop in. Now this does mean we won't be able to do a on-ride photo section because you can't build them underground. We could tunnel down, but I'm not going to bother with that. What it also means is that we are going to have to dig down. So let's have a look. And we are going to have to dig down behind here. Now I'm going to build 2, so we'll do it 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I believe it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So even though we dug down, it's only 1,000, 1,300. It's not a huge amount. So we can't do. What we could do, we could add a little bit like that. So it's got an extra drop there, even though it's tiny. We could do it that, and then we could add up section. No, it's slightly too long. Do you know what? We'll keep it. We'll keep it simple. Okay, that's giving us a space at the back. Oh, it's because we've got the extra bit on the front. There you go then. We can add the photo section on the back. Okay, so for the entrance, we'll do it like that. I have to use some supports. There you go. Let's check out the stats. $5.76. We need 6. Don't worry, that's fine. All part of the plan. So for this one, the plan is that even though this isn't going to count, the second one isn't going to count towards the 10, because there have to be 10 unique rides, the stats will count. So when we start this up and we synchronize, $6.29. There you go. And we're going to call this one Citadel. Name suggested by Eric Carker. And this is coaster number 4. And we'll also name this one the same thing. If you have any suggestions for coaster names, add them in the comment section. We have got a few spares ready I'm going to pick from. I may alter some of them, because so far all these coaster names have been single words. So I may alter some of them slightly to follow suit. So make sure we've got the same. Ram the price up. Okay, cool. So how are we going to do this then? Right, so I want to do an underground section for the exit. So I'm using this now to do like a ramp. This bit's going to be a pain. What's happened there? Let's hide the rides. And tell you what, if we raise this up so it's flush with the station. Cool, cool. Right, so here's how we're going to do it. We'll come out there to there, and then we'll go down, and then in, and then we'll come out this way. Is that too much? And then this side, we'll do the same. Hide rides, hide land surface. Right, we'll join that up. Oh, but what I think what I'll do is I'll use one-way signs. So no entry signs to make a one-way system. There you go. Right. So which one's going to be the one going? We'll do... Right, this one. This one will be... The one on the right closest to us will be the one going to the actual exit. Right, so if we do... We'll put no entry signs all along here, so they can't go through there. And then we'll put a no entry sign there. And then we'll put one there, facing the other way. Cool. Let's raise that up there. Okay, right, so let's get the queue path. See if I can get it mirrored on the other side. And that's going to connect up to the bridge there. Just rebuild it so it joins. And then we're going to build the exit path to there. Now for this one, I'm going to use, because you'll be able to see these, I'll use the nicer signs there, and also there, no, there, and there. That way, guests coming off this side go straight to the main, back to the main path. Guests coming off this side go down onto the little viewing platform and then back up. Cool. So we can open these up now. For now, we'll just do it like this. If later we find that we're having problems with the mechanic reaching both stations, what we can do is we can either get a separate one, or we could do another little path connecting up here, and then just do no entry sign, so the guests can't use it, but the staff can. I will do a separate handyman note for these, and probably for this bit as well. I shouldn't need to bother with the underground sections. Okay, let's get some supports. Make it look nicer. Get rid of those bushes. Actually, we'll get rid of that. That's cool. And then what we'll do is we'll have, cool, we'll make that grey. Where's it going underground? And then let's see if we can, nope. So that gets rid of the ones below, the automatic supports. But I don't like the color of it though. Is and then for the supports we'll do maybe one each side, which looks like it's holding up the whole platform. And then maybe have some seats down here. And we are going to have some form of fence or something. Oh, that looks weird. What's that? Oh, the old isometric view strikes again. Place and rotate. Yep, all over the place. Right, let's try. Okay, let's try. We know. Put it there, so I can see the line below. And then we'll go up, 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 up. There you go. So now I know that's in the right place. Rotate it. Yep, fine. And I can. Cool. And now we'll do. Oh, hang on. What's going on here? Obviously, something's not right. Okay, let's put more one-way signs there. So they're managing to find their way down there. So we'll put one there, We'll do one there. We'll do one there. There. There you go. That's better. That's better. Do some seating areas as well. Cool. I think we're going to need, do we have one? Yes, we do. I think we're going to need a first aid room just there. And what are we going to do? There you go. I'm sure no one's going to try and throw themselves off the cliff. And then maybe just for a little bit of variation, we'll change the shade slightly. Because whilst that colour red is fine for the coaster, it does look a little bit too garish for the fences. Rotated it and it's shot away. Cool. Not too fast with these gates here though. Let's swap them out. We've got the wood. There you go. I think that looks better. Um, no balloons. We could do some hats and some t-shirts. And then down here, sunglasses. There you go. I'm trying not to put them directly opposite each other. So for example, I'm trying not to put a stall opposite another stall, and also not put a queue line entrance opposite a stall or something like that, because it can confuse the guests. It confuses their AI. There you go. Oh, look at that. That's looking good. That is looking good. What about, though, if we, there it is, try and match the color, try and get the angle right. And what about if we one there, one there, one there, and one there, and then delete the one that shouldn't be there. No, that. No, they're in the wrong place. That's fine. I won't delete them just yet. What I'll do is I'll use them to match the right height. So there and there. Delete the ones in the wrong place. Oh, there you go. That looks better. Cool. I like that. And what is the stats? 6.79. 6.79. So it's getting a boost from the synchronization. It's also getting a boost from a little bit of pathing beneath it, and also the scenery that we've done as well. So that was pretty cool. I'm really happy with the way that's turned out. Thanks again to Eric for suggesting the name. Drop any coaster name suggestions in the comments section. And I do have some that I'm going to use in upcoming videos. My throat's a little bit croaky because I've been ill, but it's feeling a lot better now. Yeah, so if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. And I'll see you on the next one. Bye! Hey guys, my name's Stu, and this is part 5 of Rocky Falls, a scenario where we have to build 10 different coasters with a minimum excitement value of 6. No length requirement, so we're using this as a tutorial series focusing on cheap and cheerful coasters. So each one I'm doing like a kind of a theme with it, and so this one here, the HyperCoaster, doesn't need to be tall to have good stats. The second one then, vertical drop coaster, we're using a coaster as a transport rides. Even though guests don't use them as transport rides, they don't think, oh, I need to get up there, or I need to get outside of the park, so I'm going to jump on this train or this coaster or this cable car, whatever they are, to get there. They just see it as a ride, and wherever they get on and wherever they get off, it doesn't matter. Part 3 then, we did a Mobius coaster, cheap and cheerful, Giga coaster with great stats. And then part 4 then, we did this flying coaster. Now, this is actually a pair of coasters. It's 2 different coasters. They're the same design, mirror image of each other, I had this idea for like a lookout point underneath. Yeah, so the game won't recognize this as an additional coaster. So it won't count to the 10 because they need to be unique, but the fact that they're mirrored and next to each other means that you can have the synchronization on and get a nice boost from that. So, part 5 then. Now, I have been asking for names for roller coasters, Alcazar and Citadel, both suggestions. I do have a couple that I've written down and I'm planning to use in the future. There's a mine train coaster that I've got a name for. I am going to go with single names. So if you've suggested something with 2 names, I might change it slightly just to the single name. So number 5 then. Now this map is probably a good example of this, is that sometimes you do run short of space. So part 5 then is basically about cramming coasters into a short space, or a small space. So I'm thinking this little area here, because what else can we use it for? And there does seem to be a lot of litter cropping up. And before we get into the coaster building, I think what we should do is we should check the profits. And there you go. The first coaster, yeah, they're not paying that much, so we're going to drop it down from 10 to 5. We could probably do 7 and then 6, but let's just drop it down to 5. That way we haven't got to revisit it anytime soon. We're making tons of cash every month. I mean, I don't suppose any of these coasters cost that much to build. So let's crack on then. I think for this one, now, the inverted impulse coaster, you can cram them into small spaces, but normally you'd go up. But in this case, since we've got so much space down, why don't we try and do it so that we build down? So let's do a nice, I don't know, a nice long station just for nowsies. And we're gonna, there you go. Perfect. Perfect little spot there. So go down. I did do a little roof over that off camera for the thumbnail of the last video. So just in case you're seeing it and thinking, I don't remember seeing that. You're not going mad. Anyway, so let's try and let's build off the back. No, just complain about the amount of litter in your park. It's probably that spot. So let's drop a handyman down. See, we got loads zoned. We'll drop another one down there. We can check in here. Thoughts. Click on there. Run out of the cash. Don't worry. Don't care about you. If you run out of cash, either get some more out or leave. Litter here is really bad. Let's click on there. Where are they? Oh, whilst we've got this bit open, we can click on the globe, top right hand corner. No. There you go. Where's it flashing? Here. Just chuck another one down there. Do you know what? We might even put a little bin down there as well. Anyway, let's get back to the building. So let's, from the back then, we wanna, okay, we'll need to flatten this out. Will it let me do that? No. This one's glowing yellow, so I think it wants me to. No. Let's lower it slightly. Will it let me do it now? Yes, it will. Okay, can we tidy this one up a bit? We can't change it. Maybe we can do that. And then that, just to make it look a bit different. Maybe I don't know, stick a bush on it or something. There you go. So from here, then we might need to start a little bit higher. We'll start the twist, because if we don't do the twist, we can only bend it away from the station. So we'll need to do the twist in order to bring it back towards the station. What's that, -10? Can we go lower? -20. Let's try that. Now we need to do the twist on this side as well. And they link up. Cool. Let's do entrance there. We can do the exit at the back. Just there. And then we will run it on test. There you go. Now we can adjust the speed as well. We could ram the speed right up, and honestly, it shouldn't really give us too many problems. We've already got over the 6. The only thing is, it'll give you the max positive vertical G's and max negative vertical G's in the red, but that won't cause us any problems, because that doesn't really, them being in the red isn't going to make a guest think, oh, I'm not going on that. We'll just let it cycle through. What can we do with the station? I think if we drop that there, because we got an inverted train, it's sort of dangling below, so we need to drop it. I want to bring this path under there. Let's raise that up. Okay, there you go. So we got the stats back. There you go. So guests will still ride that, but I don't want to have it that fast. I don't need to have it that fast. No. So for this one, I'm going to call it, sticking with a single word name, Scarab, like the beetle, because it's tunneling. We'll ram the price up to 10. How much did that cost to build? 3,300. There you go. Right, before we do that, let's get it nice and sort of neat. Now we want that. Drop that down slightly. Bring the one, you can't see from that angle, bring the one up like that. No, that's the wrong one. That, no, that's, there you go. Cool. Bring that down like that. Like that. I don't think that's going to be low enough. No, it's not low enough. So this can be brought back up. Have that going underground, and then I want to bring it up there. So we've got the highlighted tile, so we know which one to drop it. We'll drop it down 2 on the corner, 1, 2, and then on the other corner, there you go. We only need to drop it down once, and then this one once, and then it brings it up like that. And then we'll do that. That's long enough. Just checking what I'm using for all the other exits. using that tile there, and I think I'm using the jungle no entry sign, or jungle sign, like that. Press this no entry to make it a no entry sign. Usually you don't need to do that. You don't need to make it a no entry sign. I tend to do it because sometimes you do, and it just saves you having to think about it. And the cases when you do need to do it is when, like in this instance, it's facing the same way. It's facing the same direction as the exit. Or maybe a more exciting ride or something in the future the guests will try and pathfind to. What about these jungle? I haven't, I think I've used any of these because I don't really like the way they look. No, I won't use them. Why aren't I going to use them? I just said I don't like the way they look. I'll do that and that, and we can do that. We'll do that there. And then I'm going to want to do same thing as I've done on similar. There you go. We're going to use this. No. What's happened there? So what we could do is we could have it one lower like that. We'll delete that, delete that, delete that. That's annoying. We'll drop this down. We'll drop that down as well. So it should allow me to do the supports. Yes, we're leaving a gap. Cool. And now we can we'll raise this bit up. There you go. And that bit. And that bit as well, why not? Okay, cool. But I think we are gonna need to put some fences just there. Not because the guests will fall off in the game, but it just looks a bit safer. No, I'm not one of these people that tries for realism, but I think if you were to build a coaster like this with a perilous plunge, you would build some sort of barrier to stop them falling off. I mean, after all, some of them still have money to spend. If they want to die, they can do so off property, I think. Yeah. Now, how about we change that to, what about this? That way it's kind of like a roof, but it also, do I like that? No, I don't like that. I wanted to build something that they could see through. There's nothing there. Oh, hang on. I don't like it, but we'll see how it looks. Tell you what we could do. We could open this and get some cash whilst we're building. Leaving a little gap there. Oh, that was perfect size. And we'll bring it round like that. Wait a second. Yeah, I knew it. I've been bamboozled by the isometric. By the isometric view has bamboozled me. There you go. There. And there. Let's change this to log cabin. Is that too much? It possibly is. At this stage, it's possibly too much. But we aren't finished yet. We could. Let's change it to that. Okay, I think we've saved it. Nope. Nope. There you go. That looks better. Right. One way around. Let's try it that way. No, still don't like it. Just needs one little thing. How about that? Okay, does it need a little bit of roof shenanigans? Something just to make the roof sort of stand out, make it look a little bit. I think it's fine. I think it's over from this angle. Does look a little bland from this angle. What if we do this, do that? It's something. I don't totally hate it. Don't think it looks amazing, but it's something. I think this does need slight difference, something slightly different to make it pop. What about that? Because beetles do tend to have like a weird sort of, like almost sort of, was it like metallic kind of colorings sometimes. What about that? And the final stats are 6.5. Cool. We've done 5 coasters now. And so the way I look at it is, so we've got a space in the middle. We could do 2 coasters in the middle or 1 large coaster. We've got a space over here. We could do 2 coasters. And that's not to mention, that would take us up to 9. Not to mention all the space down here. Now, that mine coaster I said I could build, that could easily just be something simple that goes around the outside of the park, you know? Yeah, I think that's not bad. I mean, the goal was something simple. That's the goal all along for the series. And something compact and small for this little space that would otherwise be unused. Yeah, so I like it. We're on number 5 then. Oh, so next one will be number 6. What am I going to build? What am I going to call it? You can help by leaving a suggested name in the comments. Hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please like and subscribe. And I'll see you on the next one. Bye! Hey guys, welcome back. My name's Stu, and this is part 6 of Rocky Falls, the last of the scenarios from the VJ scenario pack. We have to build 10 different types of roller coaster with an excitement of at least 6. So we're using this series as a tutorial series then, giving you some tips on how to build some cheap and cheerful coasters with good excitement. So in the first one, we did Elysium, name suggested by a viewer. And the theme of this one was that you don't have to have a tall coaster to be very exciting. Number 2, you can use a coaster as a transport ride. Number 3, a giga coaster. That's Mobius. So both halves, the excitement stacks, and we get some better stats. Okay, number 4, we've got a pair of coasters. The game will only count it as one, but you can sync it and you can get better stats from that. Okay, so number 5 then, we've got not a huge amount of space. I mean, we kind of do around the outside. I don't really want to use all that because although I don't really aim for realism, I just think we wouldn't really use that in real life. At least not in this stage. So number 5 then was cramming a coaster into a tight spot, utilizing your space. So we've got this impulse coaster then, Scarab, and instead of going up, which you normally do with an impulse coaster, we're going down. Okay, so a bit of housework before we start then. Let's check on the profit of the coasters. And there we go. We got Citadel. Stop taking care. Stop making any money. So we're going to reduce the price down on that. Reduce the price. No. Reduce the price down on the second one. Let's check what that one's doing. That's still on 5. This one's getting old. So do you know what? We're making so much cash. Let's reduce that down to 5 as well. Just saves us having to do it in future. This one, we'll reduce this one down as well. Again, just saves us. We could probably continue on for a while, but we're making tons of cash. 11,000 a month, and the coasters we're building are only a few thousand each. So with this one, I'm thinking about planning ahead. So we've got 5 coasters, 6 technically, but the game only counts 5. So I'm thinking about where the others are going to go. So I've got a good name for a mine train coaster that someone suggested, but I'll do that at a later date or later video. So we got 5. The 6th one then, that mine train, it's probably going to be down here somewhere, going around the rock and inside the rock. We could fit 2 over this side here, so that'll take us up to 7, 8. There's a nice spot in the middle here for one, and then we've got a nice spot here, so that should take us up to 10, but we're going to do this one first. So I've got an idea for a twister coaster. There, no, there, just there. So let's see, how much space have we got? Let's try 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 5 to get the full length trains. We're only going to use 1 train, and we're going to use booster sections. I think we'll put up to max, although we're only going to do probably 2 booster sections, so it's not going to hit that speed. But we'll just do it anyway. Then we're going to go up. We're going to go into a half loop. Just check. Can I have one more? I can. In that case, I'll do the booster sections. I won't do the full speed. I'll do 3. And then we'll go up into a half loop. Corkscrew. Wrong way. So we've got a cobra roll. Nope, doesn't work. Okay. That's annoying. So first plan then. Plan A. Like that. Okay, so let's do the back now. Now, I'm not going to do brakes because we've only got one train on the track, and we might want to do multiple circuits if the stats aren't good enough. So how far back do we need to go to get Cobra Rope? No. There. Okay, so we can add a photo section there. So now for here, we're gonna want to add an entrance and exit. Now we can do the exit so it comes down out the back of the first Cobra roll. The entrance, we're going to probably come here, but we can do the palving. So we utilize some of this space underneath the Cobra roll, and I think that would be pretty cool. And it also, because we've got the putting the path there, it gets rid of that extra little support as well. So if I take a no, hang on. We can't do that. Okay, we're going to have to figure a way of doing that. So what we'll do is we'll go up. We need to go up at least that far to get a path underneath. Is there enough space to do a barrel roll? Probably not. So we'll go up one more. I think any more and it'll look a bit weird. Okay, I'm going to move the entrance and exit down a little. There. Actually, we could just have the exit coming down this way. For simplicity's sake, I think I will. There you go. We've got the one train. Let's put that on test. There you go. That's perfect. We don't want it any faster than that. I mean, we probably could get away with having it faster than that. But any faster than that, and we're going to start getting close to having problems with the lateral G's of the... Oh, there you go, 6.19. So we don't need to have it any faster than that. Trying out some different color schemes. Cool. So because it's got two Cobra rolls, I'm going to call this one bicephaly, which means two heads. And this one's number 6. Put put it on, test it every 10 minutes. We're going to put down a mechanic there. And as we've done with all the others, we're going to name something I've started doing only recently. There's another handyman there, because this looks like a bit of a sick machine. Another thing I wanted to do as well is see the fences on this area here. They're very bright red. Now I had this in mind when I first did it. Over time, some of these might start fading as they're worn by the weather and things like that. And maybe even when they break, they'd get replaced and might not get fixed. And in which case, they'd end up being different. Like maybe you'd use a different material altogether. We think looks pretty cool. And that's something that you actually see in real parks as well. Anyway, back to this one. So what we're going to do then, we've got, I do like, where is it? I do like this. But for the entrance exit, okay, no we can't. That's fine. Now in the tutorial section, I do have a design for something kind of similar to this, but it's Mobius, and it features, instead of regular size cobra rolls, it's got giant cobra rolls. It's called HyperTwister, and honestly, it's an absolute profit machine. The amount of throughput it gets, if you've got a park busy enough, that is crazy. So I'm going to carry on using this corrugated. Ram this up to 10. This is brand new. Open it up. So what can we do? In order to get rid of the scenery down here, can we? No, it just kind of bumps it around, doesn't it? Does it move the supports? Do we like that the way it is? We could do something a little bit more interesting with the station building. Ah, where's it gone? Right. No. What about if we just do that? Change that little. Just trying a few things, and then how does it look? It looks terrible. So let's keep it simple. Yeah, there you go. That's much better. Keep it simple. It looks a lot better. There you go, another award. So that award will boost the number of guests coming into the park. Not that we need it. If you learned anything, or if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye! Hey guys, welcome back. My name's Stu, and this is Rocky Falls, part 52 of the VJ scenario pack. I jumbled up the last couple of scenarios slightly in order to save this one to last. It's a build 10 coaster scenario. I'm using it as a tutorial series, focusing on cheap and cheerful designs. This is part number 7. We've already done 6 coasters. Okay, let's go. So coaster number 1, HyperTwister coaster, showing that you don't need to go tall to make a good start coaster. Name suggested by a viewer. Also, name suggested by a viewer, vertical drop coaster, showing that you can use a roller coaster as a transport ride, even if the guests won't use it as such. Coaster number 3, we've gone for a Mobius there. So the theory on this one is that by doing a little Mobius design, you're basically having 2 coasters in one, but the game reads the stats as 1 coaster, so you're doubling up there. So even though each side has only got 1 drop, it's registering as the 2 drops. Coaster number 4 then is Citadel, also suggested, name suggested by a viewer. So this one, even though there's 2 coasters, the game will only register the 1 for the 10 unique coasters, but you're able to benefit from having a coaster next to it, so there's interactions there, and also the synchronization bonus just there. Number 5 then was a impulse coaster. and we've gone down. So basically the rule for this then, or the sort of the theme for this one, is to utilize little spaces where you probably think, I haven't quite got enough space for a coaster there. And then number 6 then is this little twister coaster called, it's not called Jacob, it's called Bicephaly, which means 2 heads. So we've got sort of 2 cobra rolls there. I can't quite remember what the theme for this one was. Was it? I can't remember. That's embarrassing. Go back to part 6 and you will find out. Okay, so I've got 4 coasters to do. 4 coasters left. So I've got an idea for one down here. Probably save that one to last. So I've got 2 main spaces up here. This one, large space there, and then a nice space here. So I'm thinking this one is going to be a bit of a 2-for-1 deal. So if I start the first one there, and then like that, I'll do, no, let's put the entrance there. And then the exit can be, we'll do the exit there so it doesn't interfere with anything directly opposite where it comes out. Okay, so just let's see, what are we doing for the exits? I always forget we're doing the dirt paths just to keep it consistent. And we're using the jungle signs like that, and we're doing log cabin. Cool. And we're using the yellow. Which yellow? There's 4 different yellow types. We're using this one. Okay, so we're gonna go. Oh, that's interesting. It connects. Huh. That is interesting. Does it register that part of the information kiosk as a road tile? I don't know. I shall make a mental note to test that out, and then I'm going to completely forget about it. And at some point in the future, I'll probably notice it again. Rinse and repeat. Cool. So there's one side done. I say done. Obviously, I've done the paths. So the other one then, some sort of mouse coaster. We've got 3 types. This one, which kind of fits with the sort of the miney type feel. Let's see, how many trains are we going to have for this? 10 cars. Not that that really matters, but it would be nice if we could synchronize them. So let's go for these ones. Actually, let's try. If my indecision annoys you at all, please be safe in the knowledge that it also annoys me. 9. Okay, that's fine. That's close enough. I can change that to 9. We've got 9 there. That'll be great. Okay, so we can do that there. That there. And then link it up that way. It's easier to do it now than it is to do when we've built the rides and there's rides and supports and all the other nonsense in the way. done. Right, let's get a no entry sign on there as well. We're going to change that to the log entrance. If we do the entrance in the same spot, then we're going to have the same queue length. Cool. Okay, so I probably should have done it the other way around. That's fine. So we'll come up. We can always, the reason I say that is because we're going to need a higher drop on the mouse coaster. We don't really need a drop on the Virginia reel. So yeah, so the theme for this one is ride interactions. Okay, so if we, what color haven't I used? We haven't, green. Oh, that's garish. Yeah, completely bland for the Virginia reel then, because otherwise it's going to look garish. And we'll do a different shade of green for the fences. As I said, it'll look garish. Let's do some fences just to make it look nice. Simple theming for the majority of the rides in the park. What you'll find is once we're done and it's all sort of, and you zoom out a bit, that simple theming will look very effective. One of these is not like the other. There you go. And the same for the other side. So I'm thinking about what I'm going to be doing next. Obviously this scenario is done. That'll be the whole scenario pack finished. Yeah, so I'm thinking of, I am probably going to buy a new tablet. This one, I mean, this one isn't bad. I've had this one now since I started doing the expansion packs on for Rollercoaster Tycoon 2. So that's the Time Twister and Wacky Worlds. Let's get a handyman cover in there. Cool. And also a mechanic covering both. Cool. We'll name that mechanic at some point. Yeah, so I just need to work out what else I'm going to do. If I'm going to do any other games, I've got some in mind. There you go. Nice double down. That double down, a double down, is for the person who suggested I should build. Can't remember what's the name of the track. Jackrabbit, is it? Which is the one with the double down. Is this going to be? Do you know what we can do? We have the technology. I want them to cross over. I just can't decide where they're going to do it. Let's get the mouse coaster. Add another little drop there because we can do. No, that's too steep. Is that a high enough drop? I don't know. We will find out. At some point, we will find out. Well, at some point, when the stats come back, we will find out if that's a high enough drop. I like doing these little spirally bits. It's quite a compact little feature. It adds a lot of extra length to the ride. At some point, we're going to test it, and who knows? Will it sync up? I don't know. Might have to add some brakes on this one. What we can do is change this a little bit here to, how about these? So that this kind of becomes a roof section. Kind of works. Would have preferred to be able to make it darker wood. Okay, so moment of truth then. We'll test the mouse first. The main thing is this drop high enough? So it's dropping from 145 down to, it's such a mess. It's hard to tell which bit is which. So 145 down to 120, so that's only 25. I don't think it's going to be tall enough. It might be. Does it only need 22 feet? I could look it up, but that kind of spoils the fun. Trial and error. There you go. It's fine. The drop was fine. Now for the Virginia reel. It's not going to sync up great because of the how slow it goes around this first bend. Although I can increase. Yeah, there you go. So the stats are fine. We can increase this by a little bit. Let's run them on. Run that on synchronize. We'll put leave if another train arrives at station. What speed are these going back? Oh, that's fine. The right time is what I'm curious about. No way! There's no way that's worked out perfect. That's incredible. Now, you saw what I did. You saw what I did. I just plonked them down randomly. And then because this first bend didn't line up very well, I increased the speed on that, and then somehow it's worked out exactly the same timing. That's brilliant. That's it's more luck than judgment. But when you build so many coasters, you do find that it happens quite often. So whether that is just the fact that the more you build, the more lucky you're going to get, the more times it's going to work, or whether it's just sort of you kind of get a feel for it, the length of each. Yeah, pretty stoked with that. So this one then, there's 2 coasters. So whilst we're in this menu, let's check out the... Okay, so checking the profit. Probably should have done that at the start, but we'd only just built this one, so it probably wouldn't have shown up. We'll drop that down to 5. We're so far into this now, we could charge 10, but if you look, I know I do say it's not Rollercoaster Tycoon, it's not Rollercoaster Charity, it's Rollercoaster Tycoon. But we've got 175,000 in the bank. I mean, how much more do we want? So this name suggestion was part inspired by Johnny. Now I'm gonna say his name is Johnny the Ruby Doody. It's probably not right, but it's close enough. And this name is going to be close enough because it's 2. We've got 2 coasters here. So this one, he suggested Rock On. But I'm favoring single name coasters. So this is coaster number 7. And so coaster number 8 is going to be called Roll. Rock and roll, everyone. Rock and roll. Cool. Let's set that to 10. Let's set that to 10. That mechanic. There you go. And then another little tip for you, if you've built multiple rides, you can just easily go in and open all. I know it's only 2. It saved us, well, no time really, because the time it's taken me to go into that menu. I could have done it, but let's say I just spam 10 rides. It's like, 10 shops. You can do the same with shops. You can go in and open all slightly quicker. Cool. They're loving it. We've now got... I've done them the wrong way round. Never mind. Actually. This is going to be coaster number 7. I know it doesn't matter. None of it matters, but it matters to me. in a way that really shouldn't matter, but it does. Wait, we got 2 4s. Oh yes, of course. 4A and 4B. Yeah, but that's fine because that happens in real life. Like Space Mountain, that's 2 coasters. Primeval World, that was 2 coasters. That's Disney parks. Two. And me, being the noob that I am, didn't make a note of which ones I wrote. So that could have been potentially, that's 4 coasters. But I've only got it down as 2. So who knows? Yeah. So these shenanigans that we do in Rollercoaster Tycoon, they do in real life, you know? Anyway, enough waffling. So part 7, which was coaster number 7 and 8, which is going to make a mess of my video numbering system, but that's fine. Was the theme of this one was interacting rides to get a better bonus. There you go. So we now just need 2 more coasters then. So we've got a nice space here. Probably going to be a wooden coaster. So I like the fact that that's at the back. So the guests coming up here, you know, they might see it over there when they're looking. And then we've got something down here, which I'm probably going to do for the last one. I've already got a name suggestion for that one. It's going to be a mine train. Which one have we got? We've either got that one or the powered. I think I'm going to go for the powered. And then a wooden coaster there. Yeah, cool. So this was part 7, featuring coasters number 7 and 8. It sounds so wrong. Hope you enjoyed the video. If you did enjoy, please like and subscribe. If you learned anything new, please like and subscribe. And I'll see you on the next one. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back. My name's Stu, and this is Rocky Falls, the Rollercoaster Tycoon Classic Scenario 52 from the VJ Scenario Pack. It's the last one from the VJ scenario pack. It's a build 10 6 excitement coaster scenario. We've already built 8. I've been treating this as a tutorial series aimed really at novices, but even if you're not a complete novice, I'm sure you could learn something from the episodes. Rather than going through a summary of each one, I think what I'll do is just look for the top right hand corner. You'll see like a little eye symbol. That'll give you access to the playlists, and the playlist for this series will be there. If not, the link will be below in the description. Anyway, so we need 2 more coasters, and I've saved this nice bit of space up here for a large wooden coaster. So let's just get stuck in then. How about that? Because I want to get like the chain lift and that running alongside the cliff, because I think that would be really cool. If you were able to ride a coaster. Do you know what I'm going to do? First of all, I'm going to clear some of this scrub here. I don't want no scrub. Scrub is a kind of scenery that gets no love from me. Messing up my support structures, etc., etc. Okay, so what have we done? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How about we go 8, just so that when we put, because I've got an idea in mind. I don't know if it's going to work, but I've got an idea in mind, and it's nicely centered. Okay, so why don't we drop down there? We'll do type bend because I might need the space to build inside later. We can drop down again. Bring it close to the edge. And then get on with the chain lift. Now, the biggest mistake people make with not just wooden coasters, but any coaster really, is they go too high on the chain lift for the coaster. Now, if you're building an absolutely massive, really long coaster, then fine. But if it's not going to be that long, and let's face it, we haven't got a huge space, so we don't need to build the chain lift too high. I'm sure you can remember back to your science lessons when they were explaining about potential energy and all the rest of it. So, is 175 going to be? Yeah, let's go with that. So what I want to do is I want to drop down, but is that bring it back? So I want people to be seeing that. Just imagine that you're on the train, you go over the crest of the chain lift, and then all of a sudden you're like, holy, look at that. Height marks on tracks. So you're 180 feet high. Obviously not off this ground here, because this ground is 120. So you're only really 60 feet off the ground that you started from. So, and then we're going to bring it back there. We haven't quite got the clearance at the bottom. That's fine. We can lower that. And is that going to be enough? I'm going to want to do a flat section at the bottom. It's always cool to add a flat section at the bottom, I think, because it looks better. It adds a little bit extra length to the track. So if you've got the space, it's great. And, you know, on certain coasters, not on, well, you can do one of the things on this coaster. You can, if you need to, add a cheeky little trim brake, or on some coasters, add a cheeky little booster. So we've dropped down. So the theme for this one, and I've mentioned it many times over the other videos, is you start off at one height, and then you go down, and then you go back up to not quite as high as before, and then you go down, and then you basically kind of repeat that. So we've dropped down from, you know, we can go. Have we got enough? I don't know if we're going to have enough space to do that, so I'm going to want some sort of turnaround at the back there. That's too, is it too high? We could probably do it. You can probably go, well, you usually can go from one height back up to the same height. I don't, we won't be doing it this time because we just haven't quite got the space. Oh, I think that'd be cool. Right on the edge there. Little turn around. Bright eyes. There you go. And, oh, we can't quite do that. That's annoying. What if we tightened that bend? Now I haven't banked that bend because it shouldn't be going fast enough that it matters. Oh, that's cool. A little arch above there. How have I done that? No, we can't do that. Okay, so now we're going to want another turnaround. So this works on something that's, well, I suppose kind of spaghetti like this, or on a simple out and back, you know, you're going, so we've gone up to 180, then we've dropped down, then we're back up. I mean, really, it's only 60 above ground, but for the case of simplicity, so you can see what we've done, we've gone up to 80, we've dropped down, we're back up to 160. So you press, and we can't do it in build mode. That's annoying. Press and hold, and it does that zoom back up to 160, drops down, back up to 150, drops down, back up to 150. That's fine. You can repeat. Obviously you're going to test it anyway. It's just that if it's going fast enough around the first 150, it's going to easily clear the second 150. And 40 can, how about then if we go tight bend? Yes. Right. Now, before I continue, I'm going to want to be able to do pathing. Now, I want to bring that back, the track back this way somehow. So There you go. Have it going underneath the track a bit for a cheeky bonus, and then bring it back, and then we can put the entrance there. And now let's do something similar for over there, and then we'll drop down. We'll drop down. No. Can turn off supports. It might be easier. Okay, and we're building. Can't see it. Let's turn on scenery. There, and I don't want to come out there because I'm opposite the entrance, and that might cause problems. Although I'm going to have a no entry sign, so it should be fine. If it was another entrance, then that would cause problems. Guests would start wandering up and down the queue lines. Without wanting to go on the ride. Okay, let's change it to log. Let's change the color to, so that's going to be the trim. Change the wood. How about, well, that looks pretty cool. Change that. Did I change the mechanic on the last one? Yes, I did. We're going to hire a new one just for this ride. Okay. No, this makes absolutely, I can't do that. Okay, I was just going to alter the landscape a bit so I could, is that a different? It is. Huh. Weird. Bear with me 1 second while I fix this. There you go. You know it's fixed because the sign at the end will change. So if we get rid of a piece there, see the sign's gone because the sign is now somewhere under there. As soon as we fix it, the sign comes back. Okay, so now we've got the path. We can look at how we're gonna, it's not gonna be enough clearance. We can flatten up, and we do it. Do you know, we might be able to, if we slope this down sooner and then do that. No, we can't. Oh, well, that's fine. Probably not. There you go. Unbanked bend, that's fine because it is a wide bend and it shouldn't be going too fast. We can drop down. I don't like that though. And then we can add a little brake run at the back. Cool. Now we've only got one train. Or we could run it with 2 trains, but without block circuits. I suppose we could do 2 and use the chain left, but that would look a bit weird. We don't really need to have. We could add a little photo section there. 1 train will be fine. At this stage of the game, where we've already got, well, this will be our 9th coaster. We've got so much cash. We're making 12,000 a month. That whether we run it with 1 train or 2, it doesn't really matter. So let's get a little bit of theme in whilst that's testing. Oh, there you go. It's made it round fine. We can go in and use this support just to make it look a little nicer. And also it adds extra scenery to the ride, which will help boost the stats. Let's hide the ride so we can place some fences down. And we'll go in and use this one. I can always go back and correct it if I've put anything in the wrong place. I have one of them there because that's underneath the station. And then we can do this. And then we can do just a little entrance building there. And then we need a little roof. It's like I haven't checked the stats yet because I'm confident enough that it'll be above the 6. If it's not, then something's wrong somewhere. See what they are. Wow, there you go. More than good enough. Let's put a little fence down. Just there. Cool. Now this name, I've been asking for names for coasters. Don't worry, there is someone who's going to think, oh, you've picked mine. I have, yours is in mind for the last coaster, which is going to be a mine coaster. But this one also, I guess, a mine coaster. This was suggested by Mark. Dopamine. Or is it dopamine? Genius. Great suggestion. Cool. Dopamine is like the happy chemical that your brain releases. Oh, there you go. We've unlocked that. So, no, wrong one. Let's just go no fun then. We don't need any more. We've got enough coasters to build on the last one. Yeah, so this one, the idea behind this coaster then, this tip is, let's call up the heights. So you start off with one height. You don't need to go up too high. You only need to go up high enough so that the coaster has enough potential energy to be fast enough to make it round the track. That's all you need to do. And also to get a decent enough drop. So it checks the box on that. So this one, highest drop 62. That's more than enough. More than enough. So it goes up to 880. Not really, because we're already 120 feet above ground on this cliff. Drops you back down, goes back up to 160, drops you back down, goes back up to 150, drops you back down, back up to 150, which is fine. It's fine. So let's have a look. It's going 35 over the first one, so it's going to go, there you go, not quite the same over the second one, but going fast enough. If it was only going like 14 over the first one, that's when you think, oh, maybe it's not going to make it over the next one. But that was fine. Cool. Awesome. Yeah. So I like that. Great suggestion. Thank you, Mark, for the dopamine suggestion. So this was the wooden coaster. I've been Stu. Hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please like and subscribe. And I'll see you next time. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back. My name's Stu, and this is Rocky Fall Scenario 52 from the VJ Scenario Pack. This is part number 9 of the series, and we're going to build the 10th and final coaster in this episode. The reason why it's on part 9 and we're building the 10th one is because we did 2 in one episode. If you look on the top right hand corner, you'll see a little eye. That'll give you give you the cards if you click on it, and then you can select the playlist for the entire series from that. Okay then, so one more coaster to go. Before we start, let's pop in and check the profit from all the coasters. They're all doing fine. They're all doing fine. So we don't need to reduce down any. I've been using this as a tutorial series aimed at novices. So anyone who's struggling really with building coasters, there's a tip for each one. Or like each coaster I've been building with a separate theme. So put them all together, and then you've got 10 good sort of ideas for building simple, cheap and cheerful coasters, you know? Or, well, the wooden coaster, I don't know if I'd call that a cheap and cheerful coaster. That's a good coaster. So the final one then, I've got an idea for a powered mine train coaster. Now, in the real world, there is some debate as to whether these count as coaster credits because they're powered, so they're not real roller coasters. But I don't really care, and I count them, and I count them in this game as well. So, and the game counts them, which is the most important thing. So we're going to go for a powered one. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that the full length? That gives me a 10 cars long. If I go 8, oh, we can have 2 trains, 10 cars long. Oh, that's pretty cool. But I'm only going to go 7. Okay, so let's go for the entrance. We'll go there, and the exit will go there. So before, I think actually, before, I'm going to build, so if we look at the tracks, yeah, so we're at the same height as the hypercoaster, the pink and black one there. So what we'll do is we'll just drop down, and then we'll drop down again, so we go under it. So we get a nice interaction there, and we clear that. Cool. Let's I did want it black, but all black always looks a bit weird. So we'll get the no. That could work. Okay. Let's get the log there. Let's do I'm gonna do the station building and the pathing first. I'm gonna want to terraform slightly. Now I did have an idea for this. And the idea was that somewhere around this would be like a repurposed mine, and then somewhere around the back we'd have like a junction from where maybe the train would go off this direction, but for the sake of the ride we've got rid of that bit, and it's just carrying on. But given the way the rocks are, it looks more like there's been a lot of like rock falls and things like that. So if there was any track there, maybe it's been buried. That's what I'm thinking anyway. Okay, now you don't have to terraform for the pathing. I like it. Just check that works. Cool. And I'm going to do something similar with the exit. That comes out there. Now, again, you don't need to do this. It's something people will have seen me do before. And the reason is because, well, look, how's that going to look? No, see, it looks fine from that angle, but then once you see the back, it's just a bit too dark. There you go. So the reason why I do it is because it allows me to place scenery, fences, that sort of thing on the slopes. For literally no other reason. And then what we'll do is we'll go in and we'll use this. That looks cool. Get rid of that bit. Now we'll just do some quick decorations on the building. Just do that. Yeah, so I think so this is the last coaster that we're doing for this. I think what I usually do with these is that I don't pass the scenario when I've done the last coaster. I usually do another video where I do like a wrap up. That way I can sort of mention all the coasters in one go. Some people might not want to watch all of them, but they might want to see how I did it, and then a summary can do that. And then after that, obviously I'm gonna have to do something else. I was wondering, this scenario pack, I mean, there's 52 scenarios in the pack, but it has been a bit hit and miss, I'll be honest. So how about we do a little helix down, and then a large helix down. Now with these ones is they are powered, but if you go up too steeply or you have too much of an incline, then they do slow down very, very quickly. So maybe that's not the best idea. Maybe it would be better to go helix up, and then we'll go helix up small. Yeah, so I was wondering, maybe, oh, this is annoying. I'll get it. I will get it. All because of that bit there. Right, let's try again. Let's go back. Let's try again. I want to get a helix. No, it won't let me do it. How about we just don't do that then? There you go. So with the what I usually do is I usually break up the inclines. I mean, the drops is fine, but with the inclines, the up sections, I try and break it up. So you're only going up there like 5 feet. It's dropping down from -15 to -10. So remember, negative and negative. So a negative is it's already negative because it's minus, and you're dropping down, so that's a negative. So that means it's a plus. Oh, master stew. There you go. So we'll have this bit here. We could also do a cheeky little bend. Shouldn't be going fast enough that we need to. Have we got enough that no? We can go in there. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say, and then I'm getting distracted by building and not being able to multitask, is I wonder, since there's 52 scenarios, which is quite a long pack, and a lot of them are hit and miss, maybe it would be worthwhile doing a video where we do like a, what do they call it? Like a look back, a retrospective. Is that what they call it? I don't know. Whatever the word is, looking back and giving each one a sort of a quick review, because some of them were good, you know, some of them were good. We can drop down a bit there. I'll give us a bit more speed. Footpaths in the way. Okay, we'll do that then. Then we'll drop down. Then we can do the tight bend. Then we can come up, flatten out. Cool. Yeah, so with this one, the general theme for this coaster then, or sort of tip, is, do you know, with these ones, I often like to just build a coaster that goes around the perimeter. Because once you've got enough cash, you can literally just build, you can just throw tons of cash at a coaster. And especially with one like this, where you don't really need a certain drop height, and you don't need a certain drop height, you don't really need a certain number of drop, you just need a long coaster, you know? Yeah, so maybe I look back at each one, because some of you will have seen me play some of these and been like, "Oh, these scenarios suck." But you know what? Not all of them have. Some of them have been good. No, but we drop that. No, how about we raise that one up? We have like an underground section. That would be pretty cool. It's meant to be a mine train coaster after all, so we can sort of reuse maybe some of the old mines that no doubt exist on this hill. Let's drop that bit there. Yeah, so sometimes you just need to, and I'm trying to say this in a way that doesn't sound filthy. Sometimes you do just need some extra length, you know, on a coaster, especially on a coaster like this. How about then? So it's not just completely boring. We add a little bit of an extra slope that way. There you go. We can add another underground section there. See, I am mindful of how it looks when doing the POV. Obviously, underground sections just look a bit dumb. Now, I'm not sure if that's the warning I've been getting, the message I've been getting all along about the height of the land, and I've been looking at it without reading it properly and thinking it was just hitting the coaster. If it was, I'll find out when I'm editing back, and that'll be rather annoying. Right, what's the height on the station? It's -5, so we've just got to get back. Oh, there you go. Oh, we've dropped down a bit now. So we just need to drop down a little bit more. That's not quite. Oh, there you go. We are done. Maybe add a little bit of wonk to the track. Maybe we won't add that little drop if we need to go up. Okay, so we can add an on-ride photo section as well. What's happened there? We can add it there. Cool. Now, actually, let's name it. So this one then, I didn't forget. No, sorry, wrong one. It was suggested by Scarlett. Obsidian. I think she actually suggested Obsidian Obliterator, but I prefer, with this playthrough, I'm preferring single name coasters. Okay, single word coaster names. So if I test it now, we could end up passing the scenario. When I don't want to, I want to do it on a separate video, like I said. Do you know what? I didn't put the price up on the coaster. Not that we need it, but and did I rename the handyman or the mechanic? No, I didn't. Something I've started doing recently That way then, if a ride is constantly broken, it's just a maybe a quicker way of grabbing the right mechanic. Where is it? Guess complain about the disgusting state of that's fine. Don't worry about it. There you go, mechanic. Obsidian. Yes, I think I am liking that idea of doing like a summary. So where are they? Complaining, thoughts. Really? They're not. I can't see anyone complaining about litter. Do you know, maybe there was just it was probably just like a little bit of litter dropped in front of an exit for a ride, and then a ton of guests got off the ride, all saw the litter. They all thought, wow, look at the litter here, and it flashed up. So let's have a look then. Which coaster sucks the most? Won't do that because it's two. This was the first one. So what we'll do is we'll close that. We've still got stats. We'll toggle the chain left. No test results. So now, at the moment, the game only thinks I've got 8 unique coasters. So when I test and open this one, it's going to think I've got 9. There you go. Cool. So what we could do is we can alter that, make it look a little cooler. As well as that. Give it a bit of wonk. There you go. It's back at the station. 6.93. Fantastic. Let's open it up. Cool. And do you know one thing you can do as well? If you want to sort of sell the mine theme. Well, actually, let's go for a... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Just have like maybe I don't know, maybe got like a broken track there. Maybe some junk lying around. Maybe the tracks have gone a bit rusty. You know, you do enough of that, and it's going to look pretty cool. Anyway, so that was coaster number 9. That was Obsidian, powered mine train. Obsidian name suggested by Scarlet. We've now got 10 coasters, all passing the 6 excitement. So on the next video, we'll do a quick summary of all the coasters and also pass the scenario. So now what we need to do is wait for Obsidian to come back, and then we can enjoy the POV for the outro. What song am I going to pick? I don't know. Anyway, Hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back. My name's Stu and this is Rocky Falls, and this is part 10, the final part of the final scenario from the VJ scenario pack. We needed to build 10 different types of roller coasters with excitement of 6 or better. Okay, so this is what it looks like now, but let me show you what it looked like when we began. Okay, so when we began then, we had this barren rock there, we had pathing coming down there, and then pathing going up and there, and I just thought that was a recipe for disaster. I just figured guests would end up getting lost and stuck. But one thing I really did like is I liked the fact that there was this, like a lookout point up there. But as I said, I thought it would be a recipe for disaster because guests who are up here and are wanting to leave, they might head down to this spot and they're going to want to try and straight line to the corner, but they haven't got the smarts to be able to walk back around. So I deleted all the paths and then most of the paths, and then I started off with a coaster in this section here. So that coaster here, Elysium, name suggested by a viewer. Good stats on that. I'll show you them at the end. What I've done is I've put this one back into test mode but switched it off, so that way the game only thinks I've got 9 unique coasters, so we don't pass the scenario before I'm ready to. Okay, so because I wanted to do a tutorial series on this scenario aimed at beginners or people who are just struggling with building coasters, I've picked a theme for each and every coaster that we build. So we've got 10 different tips for the coasters. So number 1 then was you don't need to go tall to build an exciting coaster. So even though this is a HyperTwister, it's not a tall coaster. Okay, so number 2 then, vertical drop coaster. This here again, name suggested by a viewer. So we've used this one as a transport coaster, a transport ride. So guests will not see this as a transport ride. They won't think, oh, if I get on that coaster here, it'll take me all the way up to the top of the rock. Or if I get on this coaster here, it'll take me to the other side of the park or whatever. They won't see that. They'll just see a ride, they'll get on it, and wherever they get off, they get off. But it doesn't mean that you can't use it as such. So that comes out by here. And all it does is the first station takes it up. And then the second one drops it down. There's the drop there and a bend and then back to the station. Cool. So the third one then, Codex. So the theme of this one was Mobius. So a Mobius coaster is a coaster which it starts off. Oh, where have we gone? So it starts off on one side, and then it comes back, and you got the station on the other side. You can do 2, 3, 4 station Mobiuses with vanilla RCT and classic. So with this one, then with a Giga coaster, you need to have at least 2 drops to get good stats. But on this one, it's sharing the stats, and it's broken down, which would be typical. That I'm trying to show you what it does, and it's broken down. So because it shares the stats, the whole ride has the 2 drops. But if you go on it, you're only going to experience 1 drop. And I've clicked to rotate, and it's messed it up for me. Okay. Yeah, so tip number 3 then is using a Mobius coaster enables you to share the stats. This tip is particularly good for coaster building challenges where you've got to have a minimum length. So on this one, you don't need a minimum length, but on some of them where you've got to have 3, 4 or more 1,000 feet length coasters, what you can do is you could build 2, 3 or 4 station Mobius coasters. If you've got a 4-station Mobius coaster and you need to have a coaster that's 4,000 feet long, each section of track only needs to be 1,000 feet long. The thing you do need to remember, though, is that some coasters get insane intensity very quickly with drops. So number 4 then, Citadel. It's broken down. As soon as I clicked it, it breaks down. Okay, so Citadel then is a flying coaster. There's a tutorial on the tutorial section for this one. I've called it the Flying Dutchman in the tutorial section. So it comes out of the station into a half loop, goes back under, and then back up via another half loop. Great stats on that. So the tip with this one then is if you build them as a mirrored pair, you can hit synchronize and you get a nice boost on the excitement for that. And then what I've done with the exit on the one nearest to us is it comes down, and I'm using no entry signs in order to force guests to go a certain way. And then I've got a lookout point then on the end, because I wanted to add a lookout point at some point, but and then it comes back up, joins this queue, and then goes back. But I didn't want to add one in a way that it could cause guests to get lost or stuck. So this way, only the guests who go on the ride or go on this side of the ride can get to the lookout point. Yeah, so even though there's 2 coasters there, the game will only recognize it as one because they need to be unique coasters. So that was number 4 then. Number 5, Scarab, just over here. It's an impulse coaster, and the theme for this one is if you've got a coaster which is like an impulse coaster or something that you can build a shuttle of, just try and cram it into a tight spot, because if you think you've got to get 10 coasters in this one area, and I know around the rock there's a huge amount of space, but I didn't really want to use that for building too many rides. I mean, having a coaster going all the way around it like we have done, it's fine, but I didn't want to have parving and stuff like that going around it. So by cramming this coaster in to there, it just means that we've got a lot more space for the other rides. A similar thing with coaster number 6 then, which is a twister coaster called bicephaly. That means 2 heads because of the twin cobra rolls. But with this one, the theme was that you can add extra circuits to get better excitement. Now with this one, I didn't actually need to add the extra circuits. We've got it on 1 circuit, and it's on 6.2. Tell you what we could do is let's just up the number of circuits. So it was on 6.26. Okay, so as you can see at the back, I haven't added a brake section because we're only running 1 train. So there's no danger of it crashing. And the fact that we haven't added the brake means that it'll be better if we add the extra circuits. It will mean that the subsequent circuits will go even faster because it's not slowing down before it hits the booster. That's pretty cool. It might not give us the stats straight away. That's fine. Okay, so that was coaster number 6. Coaster number 7 and 8. So a viewer suggested Rock On, but I want to stick with single names, and that gave me the idea of having. I was thinking of having a mouse coaster and a Virginia reel, so that just gave me the idea of having them called Rock and Roll. So great stats on that one. So with this one, then not only because they're built in as a pair, built them at the same time in the same video. So not only can we synchronize, but we also get interaction bonuses. So every time the coaster goes near or over or under another coaster or another ride, it'll get a little bonus on the stats as well. So has the, oh, there you go. With that one, so we've gone too high on the circuits. Let's drop it down to 2. Let's see what happens on that. So that'll probably be because of the booster section. It's going too fast. So it's going too fast into the half corkscrew element of the Cobra roll, and that's what's getting the high intensity. So we've done 7 and 8. Number 9 then. The wooden coaster, just a pure dopamine. Name suggested by a viewer. So with this one of my popular building methods then is, and it might be kind of hard to see on this. It's very easy to see and imagine on an out and back coaster. So let me put it onto height markers on tracks. So it goes up then. Now, the actual rock is 120 feet high. So where do you see the 180 feet on the top of the chain lift? It's only really going up 60. But for the sake of an easy explanation, we'll stick to the numbers it shows. So it goes up to 180, it drops down, goes back up to 160, drops down, goes back up to 150, drops down, goes back up to 150, which is fine because it's going fast enough that by the time it gets to the second one, it clears it, no problem. And then it drops down, goes back up to 145. So all we're doing is we're going up, we're dropping down, then we're going back up, but not quite as much as before, then dropping down, then going back up, but not quite as much as before. Rinse and repeat. Because when the coaster's at the top of the chain lift, that's where it's got the most potential, and all you need to do is you need to get it back to the station. Add a few bends, add a few hills and drops, you're going to get a good start coaster. It is as easy as that. The biggest mistake people make, especially with wooden coasters, is they have a drop that's way too high. Okay, let's look at this one then. There you go. 7 excitement for the Twister coaster. It was 6.26, I believe. Now it's 7.05. So if you look now, there's now, rather than having just the 4 inversions, it's now got 8 inversions. And rather than just having, was it 5 drops? It's now got 10. Plus it's longer, probably got a higher maximum speed. It's all good. And the fact that we've upped it now, when it's probably at its quietest because it's been down a few years, means we're just going to get an extra few guests off the queue lines and waiting up. Cool. So that was number 9 and number 10, Obsidian, suggested by a viewer. So it's a powered mine train coaster. And with this one thing I like to do with the coaster building scenarios is just have a coaster going around the outskirts of the park, either as a transport ride or in this case as just a single station ride. And yes, so this is one without wanting to sound filthy. This is one of those examples where extra length makes all the difference. It sounds bad, it does, but yeah, so it just, because it's a powered coaster, again, mistakes that people make on this are they'll have like a very, very high, going up like a hill or something, and it just stops and it goes to a crawl. It just looks really dull and boring. Whereas you don't need to do that because this coaster doesn't need like big drops and things like that. It just needs to be quite long. Like in real life, you'll see that these sorts of coasters, they usually do a number of circuits. Because obviously then you've got a longer coaster, but in the game it wouldn't recognize the length as that. Something I could have pointed out on this one actually is that the ride length won't increase with the number of circuits. Otherwise, you could just, for a long course, you could just have a shuttle coaster and have it on like maximum number of laps. You'd get an insanely long coaster. So yeah, that was the 10 tips. The 10 tips of Stu. Let's open up Elysium then. The first coaster that we built. Let's quickly check on the profit. There you go. They're all making tons of cash. So yeah, with this one, I mean, you only need a decent drop and then a second drop. It needs 2 drops. One of them needs to be over a certain height. I can't remember off the top of my head. I could look it up, but what's the fun in that? You know, sometimes trial and error is more fun. It's probably something like 29 feet. So the stats will come back on that. Let's move up here so we can see them applauding me and dropping their balloons. And we've done it. Stew. Awesome sauce. Cool. So what were the stats on this? 6.35. Cool. We could show, no, we can't. I was going to say we could show the number of circuits on this one, but no, it's because we got it on block section mode. If we put it on continuous circuit mode, and then raise the number of circuits, there you go. See the ride length? Still only 764 feet, which that's one circuit, but it's counting 6 drops. And the excitement's gone up to 7.10. Cool. So this was Rocky Falls then. Alphabetically, it wasn't the last scenario in the VJ pack, but the one that was looked a bit dull. So I did that before this one. And then I thought this would make a much better scenario to finish on. It was probably the best scenario, one of the best scenarios in the whole pack. One thing I did think about doing was perhaps doing another video where we have a quick look at all the scenarios in the VJ pack and basically just say whether they were good or not, because the pack was very hit and miss. It's clearly an example of if you're going to make scenarios, play them, because scenarios need to be fun. So all very well making them, you know, ridiculously long for the sake of it, but if it just gets boring, people aren't going to enjoy playing it. So hopefully if you enjoyed it, then and you learned something, you like and subscribe. If you've missed any of the parts, look in the top right hand corner of the video, click on the eye, that'll bring up the cards menu, and you can click on the playlist for it. If you want to see any of the coasters in more in depth, we built them all in real time on the videos and then did a POV at the end. Click on it and view it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye.